A very good afternoon to our respected resource person for today, Dr. Suchi Yadav, my fellow colleagues, and the dear participants. Welcome to the 13th session, second part of this 2-week online interdisciplinary refresher course in contemporary media. Today we have with us Dr. Suchi Yadav, and ma'am will be delivering a lecture on news and conflict. But before I invite ma'am to take over the session, I would take this privilege to introduce her first to all of you. So Dr. Suchi Yadav did her BA honors from Daulat Ram College, University of Delhi. Post that, ma'am did her MA, MPhil and PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. With more than 21 years of experience in teaching and industry, Dr. Suchi Yadav was Associate Professor of Media Studies at Gargodia's University, Greater Noida. Dr. Yadav also has a decade-long experience of working with top brands in media industry, such as CNN IBN, Sahara Samay, and Observer Group of Publications. Her research work focuses on media and history, television studies, and transmedia storytelling. She has several publications with peer-reviewed national and international journals of repute. Dr. Yadav was also the co-project director for ICSSR-funded special research project related to media in Jammu and Kashmir. Her audio-visual productions include news stories and documentaries on issues of national and international strategic importance. We welcome you, ma'am. I now request you to take over the session. Over to you now.
Thank you so much for this lovely introduction. Just that I want to add on to that currently I am Associate Professor at the Center for Media Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. And friends, as we know that today's topic is news and conflict that I'm going to handle. And to start with, let me just give you an overview as to what the session is going to be all about. Actually, every day that we see in the daily life, news has become a part of our lives, especially during the pandemic times. And also that is the only way we are consuming the mediated reality, as we call it. In a sense that we are living in times where we are consuming only something that is happening around the world through some kind of media platform, and that is what is mediated reality. Yes, it's not that technological changes have always been there. So you with the online platforms and during the pandemic times, the technological growth in media platforms, you see, you consume more and more material through media platforms only. And that is what I mean when we say mediated. Mediated also here means when somebody, through somebody, it can be individual, it can be a platform, it can be through a book, or it can be any other source that you consume somebody's written material, whether it is human or technological. So that is why we say generally what we consume as what is happening around us is that we are through it is through mediated world, and what we consume is a mediated reality, because as it consumes a lot of it contains a lot of bias on who's made it and who's streaming it to you. Okay, so if you are reading a book, that is to say the book becomes the platform. If you're looking at television news channel, a news channel becomes the platform. If you are watching a film, then the film becomes the platform through which somebody's created content is what you are consuming. So what is it that the content creators think of, and why is it that we consume the news that comes to us through a variety of platform in the way that we consume it? What is the nature of the news that we consume? Why I have attached conflict to it? Because if you look at all the studies that the social scientists across disciplines and in an interdisciplinary manner, in sociology, in psychology, in culture studies, in history, in media, they have looked at variety of themes related to news only through, and mostly through, I would rather correct myself and say mostly through, the conflict paradigm. What we see is a dominant theme that comes across to us when we consume news is conflict. कैसे? अब आप पूछेंगे कैसे? So let me just share my screen to you, and we shall start in a formal way. This was a short introduction that I had, and just let me know, whosoever is the moderator, that if you can see the screen that I'm sharing with you. Can you see my screen? Is there somebody who can tell me? Can you see my screen? Admin, Ramanujan College. If any of the participants can respond, Anupam Kumar, Jayant Kashyap. Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Your screen is visible.
Thank you so much, Jayanji. If I can see you, thank you so much. So this is what I'm trying to say, that, you know, the lecture is structured in the larger title that I'm looking at within contemporary media, that is news and conflict. News as constructed across platforms, if you look at, has a very dominant characteristic of featuring, producing and consuming, also disseminating conflict to the audience. This lecture therefore explores the linkages between news and conflict in two ways: conflict as the basic nature of news, and conflict as it is constructed and represented by the news content providers for its audiences. News as a genre of media is seen here as representations. When I say news or as a genre of media is represented, is seen here as representations, what do I mean by that? I mean by that is that somebody somewhere in whether it is print, whether it is television, or whether it is any other form of electronic media platform, say traditional media platform, television, radio, or online media platform, there is somebody who creates in the form of news producers or news content providers, who creates the news for you. Creates the news as in the facts are not displayed the way they are there on the ground, but either somebody reports it, somebody writes it, reports it, and produces it with pictures, and whether they are real pictures or file pictures, and that's why you say they come to you in the form of representation. Representation as in somebody is representing those facts to you, and so there is an inherent bias of that content producer in that particular story. They are formulated into a story structure where its representations are manifested in the form of constructed news narratives. The idea is to situate in this lecture, I mean to say, the idea is to situate conflict in journalism as a practice. You see, you would have anybody who's been part of the journalism studies, or looks at goes into a classroom in a journalism studies. When you talk about, when generally professors or teachers, faculty, they talk about news as a value or a category to be taught, how to construct news, the first thing that they say, you see, dog bites a man doesn't make a news. Man bites a dog makes a news. Can a man bite a dog? No. But what he means to say is that when we consume or when we construct news, people will watch, or audiences will read you only when there is unusual about it. Man biting a dog will make a headline, but not the dog biting a man. It is very similar. That is why I say that when the man bites a dog, there is a reverse engineering part of it, where there is a conflict automatically created where in your minds. So this lecture is all about how conflict is created in your mind, and which that conflict as a category dominates all kinds of social construction of news, as you see across platforms, print, television, barring radio much, because news is not part of the radio, and many of the online platforms, news platforms that we are now having it. Okay, so news as a genre is also now during the pandemic times, or in the times of online consumption of media practices, has taken many forms. You see, not just traditional media platforms, which we contrast with new media platforms. New media includes what you would say the social media platforms also. Here when I say new media, which means the Facebook, the Twitter, the online internet based platforms, as you say, WhatsApp, all these platforms where people can meet in small or large groups as the platform may provide them to meet. That would be new media versus the traditional media. So here you see what has happened is not that the conflict characteristic of the news that I'm talking about has changed, but the conflict character of the news, which really creates a shock factor in your mind, in your cognition, and somewhere titillates you to watch the news, and shocks you in a manner that you look at it, can't move your eyeball or to keep your eyeball intact on that particular news, is what actually the idea of the content provider is to you, to be able to hold you on to that news. And that is what is also happening on the new media platforms. People talk, so when you look at all these things, then there is what I mean, that we need to look at the linkages between the news and conflict, and that which I have highlighted over here: conflict as the basic nature of news, and conflict as constructed. So two parts of it. One, how the content creators they create conflict, as in produce conflict, and how the audiences consume conflict and the impact of it. So if we move forward, then it needs to be underlined here that situations may be changing every day. As I said, technological advancements have been there over the period of time, but the conflict as a category seems to be the central idea of how the news narratives are being constantly constructed. Studies actually show that, research studies show that different types of conflict existing in society may create situation that could stimulate emotions in individuals like fear, agony, pain, happiness, little bit of happiness, but more of the threat, the fear, the agony, the pain. You see, as I gave you the example, man bites the dog and dog bites a man. So you see, this is what is. So what is it? A man bites a dog or the dog bites a man? In both ways you look at it, there is a conflict in it between two features, or you may say two living beings. And that is what is the characteristic of the news, and this is what in contemporary media is creating a lot of you say conflict in the minds of the audiences also. As a viewer, as a reader, you're also always, you see, if you look back, you are always engaged in certain kind of news which is giving you negativity, and it is portraying negativity in a certain manner, and that what makes headlines the most. If somebody is won medals, it's okay. If it is Olympics, then it might just make the news. If it is not, then they are not making news. Why? Because that is not something which creates conflict in the mind. If somebody loses, just about to be there and loses Indian, or then that loss would maybe create a headline. But to secure a positive side of it, very rarely makes maybe a small column in the newspaper, or a small ticker down below, you see. So something that really creates emotions immediately when you read something, or stimulates your emotions, rather to say, there is what the news content providers are focusing at. Now, what are these situations that I am talking about? The situations are with that I said in the last slide, that situations may be changing, but conflict as a category seems to be the central idea of how the news narratives are being constantly constructed. So what are these situations? What are the types of conflict that are existing and involving at the same time in the news narratives? What are the ways in which news media construct these conflicts? How is it that the audience is being impacted by the consumption of such news media narratives which focus on conflict? And how are content providers also being impacted by creating such content? So impact may not be always negative, impact can be positive also. So that is what I'm going to talk about. Let's explore these questions. So first question, what are these situations? So you see, when you immediately think of conflict in your mind, you think of a fight. So fight of what kind? Fight or conflict can be categorized into a variety of ways. It can be physical conflict, it can be mental conflict. So, to give you a very popular example of how news constructs conflict is when we see any kind of terror attack happening. So, you see, threat of global terrorism may seem to be dominating the discourse of conflict in news narratives mostly. So when you think of conflict, you either think of a terror attack, or you think of what do you say, a riot. You think of something related to a disaster, or you think of something related to an accident immediately. So what are these situations? For to take an example and to start with, one kind of conflict is the threat of global terrorism. We all saw September 11 twin tower attacks in the US. Many of us wouldn't have been born then, but then every year there is an anniversary of it, and you can go up to and read up to it that what actually happened on September 11 when there was an attack in America. What did it do? The details of it, how it happened, and what, where, when, how, 5 Ws and 1 H, you can go over it. But what did it do? Actually, it impacted on the larger discourse. It created a discourse from a US perspective of what the war on terror should be. And there were you saw dissemination of transnational narratives focused on the American construction of what a terrorist is, what a terrorism is, and the process of how to fight it. So everything has started to be seen in terms of conflict or contest amongst communities as a threat of violence or terrorism from the perspective of the US. So this is the kind of conflict that dominates generally across, you see, news platforms, whether national or international, I would say. Now look at this. What are these situations? Let's go ahead. Picture this. You have two pictures on your screen. The 9/11 attack on the left side, the 26/11 attack on the right side. So what is similar in the pictures is the kind of devastation that you're looking at. Two buildings in both the pictures, as in the buildings that you see separately. This is the Twin Towers, and this is the Taj Hotel of Mumbai city. So you see flames coming out, a lot of fire coming out, and this impactful visual where these pictures that symbolize in a sense the characteristic of the city in a particular country, as well as the power that is notional power that is there in these buildings, that is somewhere being attacked by the terrorists of both kinds. But can these be both seen similarly? Can the conflict in both the contests be seen similarly? Yes, from the pan-Islamic point of view, you could say that the religion of both people involved on the part of the perpetrator, as the nature of the perpetrators maybe, could be the same. Yes, it was the same. But look at how news in India constructs this whole thing. 9/11 happened, and after that, years after that, 26/11 attacks happened. But immediately when you say 26/11 attacks, you think of Mumbai attacks. But yes, somewhere the resonating thing in your mind is also the scale of the impact, and immediately people who are aware can connect it to the massive impact of fear, psychosis that was created, and the violence, the scale of the violence that happened with the 9/11 attacks. Why? Because you see the title, the headline, immediately the Indian news channels coined it, or rather the Indian media coined the headline as 26/11 attacks. And also year after year, you have been celebrating it as less of Mumbai terror attacks for that matter. It's just one qualification that they always provide. But 26/11 attack is something. So why is this? Why did we call them 26/11 attack? One answer to this could be, I'll come to that. But you see, now here you see why we call, because as I started with it, the US perspective is dominant in the imagination of how news is constructed from the politics point of view also, and the dominant discourse point of view also. You see, 9/11 was September 11, right? But 26/11 was November 11. So somewhere there is a kind of, cognitive maneuvering in the sense of what resonates in your mind. That is why such headlines are being created. You can say, some people can criticize, and many have said this way of constructing news to be having a lack of ideation, and immediate, maybe somebody could say lazy journalism, that you borrow, it is an immediate borrowing of a headline or a term from there, just because there is a figure of 11 or a number of 11 that is coming in between. But you see, both timelines are totally different. The dates are not same, but they call it 9 is the month, 11th is the date. Here 26th is the date and 11th is the month. So you see, there is a cognitive structuring of the thing, and no thought has gone into how smoothly we are consuming what is actually, being fed into our minds, or has stayed in our minds, as far as news producers related to news content, who immediately think, let's call it 26/11. Why? Nobody thought about it. So you see, US perspective seems to be dominant here in the imagination of how the news could be constructed. Visuals are different, dates are different, but there is again a similarity thread running in. The framing of the headline almost was similar in all that Indian news, because you see, conflict as a theme goes back to connecting it to the scale and massive violence which which impacted the US. And since the US was impacted, and there was fear, and there was hatred, and there was a lot of resentment and, you say, revenge that came on by the US administration to the community, or the perpetrators who actually did it, and they were stalked through a particular countries, and they were you actually followed them to a particular country. So that is the kind of impact that it created. And so you see that resonating inside the newsroom in the 26/11 attacks. But the similarity, actually, you see, if you think 9/11 and 26/11 cannot be used as terms similar to each other, because one is in September, the other is in November. So there is a cognitive structuring or maneuvering on, or rather, I would say, a quick analogy, which could be part of maybe lazy journalism, or another which could be strategized in the sense that it could create a same kind of discourse which could lead their threads to the US construction of the narrative of their war on terror. Then next, you see, what also you see in the content perspective is a homogenization of a terror community immediately. You see, geopolitics, or the geolocation of the countries who actually, where the perpetrators belong, is not really the same. But immediately when you coin the same words, you feel that it is emanating from the same soil, but rather it is not that. One belongs to an Afghanistan, the other belongs to Pakistan. So you say it is an easy way to follow a dominant discourse. Sometimes you deliberately do it, sometimes you do it as part of being lazy journalism, or sometimes you do to attract the audiences, because something of the same sort, similar sounding of the same sort has happened, so it will have more resonance in your mind. Then next would be, if you say, US-Afghan relations in terms of terror were very different to India-Pakistan relations in terms of terror. So when you do follow-up stories around what actually happened with the attack, both scenarios are totally different. Now, when US followed it through the US War of Terror, the construction or the existence of Osama bin Laden within Afghanistan was a reality as told to us. And so Osama was finished as far as terrorism was concerned. But when you follow the footsteps of something which is not really only similar sounding words, then only phonetics, then what is it? What happens to us as far as India-Pakistan relations are concerned? The loss is ours. Why? Because Osama was finished, Hafiz Saeed still at large. So you see, this is how when you do not, when you frame conflict in a manner where you borrow narratives and place it in a discourse of larger terrorism, there are a lot of problems of creating stereotypes, of mishandling of international relations of particular communities, and also bracketing your foreign relations into the dominant discourses of other countries, foreign relations paradigm. And this is exactly what is the bearing on all these terror attacks that has been happening after, and how we can see that how US has changed it changed the mindset of people as far as terrorism is concerned, or war on terror is concerned. So this was just one example of one kind of conflict that is created in news, and you see it going on and on after one or the other. Then what are these situations besides terrorism? Besides terrorism, conflict is constructed in a variety of ways, because you see there are other types of conflicts that exist in the society. There are conflicts around religion, there are conflicts around race, gender, class, caste, environment, and the latest being the health, that continue to persist internally and across cultures and society. Now, let us look at the pandemic. Pandemic is a health crisis that just it did not pertains to India. It actually encompasses the whole world, and the whole world we saw was and still battling with this kind of pandemic. What we are fighting is an unknown enemy. How to fight it, nobody had clue. And so everybody was grappling with the situation as it presented them in their own cultural context and in their own geographical areas, so to say. The whole world was shut. But then how was the news constructed? The news was constructed in a manner as if, in the same dominant paradigm of news construction of, what you say, the European paradigms of discourses that have been continuing also dominated somewhere how reactions or situations during the pandemic should be seen in different countries. Can there be a comparison? No, they cannot be, because all countries, in terms of their location, in terms of their size, in terms of their development, in terms of their infrastructure, differ according to the population and their economic status in their own country. But all this, what happened with this? This dominated the Western paradigm of looking at things, dominated. And where did we suffer? We suffered as we consume news of, what do you say, death threats, of people dying day and night. How to battle it was limited to only first wave we could handle properly. Second wave, it seemed that the pandemic is only, if you look at all the kind of media coverage that happened in the foreign news, which is consumed in India, mostly all the covers that you see on your screen, Washington Post, democracy dies in darkness. The coronavirus pandemic has left more than 3 million dead around the world. Cases are rising rapidly, but the last line is, in India, this surge is not a wave, but a wall. Then the system has collapsed. India's descent into COVID hell. Modi flounders in India's gigantic second wave. So look at all these COVID-19 ground zero shifts to India. Now you see, was there death happening only in India? No. But why did the news dominate of India in this whole scenario? Again, we come back to it, because you see the dominant narratives in how shaping human mind are coming from these developed countries who have peddled discourses against developing countries or nations that has been colonized in the past. So a look, what do you say, a look down upon these countries who have been colonies, and just can't not been able to take the fact that, with so much of population, which where a country's territory could entail 1,000 more countries, is not being taken into consideration as far as population is concerned, and the handling of it. But you see, in the name of objective reporting, what really happened was that there was only negativity, because you see, the Indian media, again, as what happened in 20, as far as the US 9/11 attacks and 26/11 attacks that I just discussed, that in the case of pandemic also, it apparently seemed that, the Indian media was also following the footsteps of actually what is the US media projecting itself to the world. So India was framed from a Western perspective. And in the name of objective reporting, there was only negativity, fear, panic percolated via news. Studies also show, not that it's just news that was consumed like this, studies show that Western media played a negative role in representing Indian pandemic situation abroad during the first wave, while scores died in Europe and America as well. News content, including the images of the laxity and mishandling in those countries, was really, really absent. What we were looking at through our newspapers and others was the news that China, as we all know, had just blocked every kind of information, and has always blocked it. The Chinese media scenario is totally different. But in countries like USSR, you have European countries also there, from UK, there were no stories coming in where as to how it was. There were news anchors sitting talking to experts, but there were no visuals of people dying on screens. Initially there were from countries like Spain or Italy, but slowly you see all those dying out, and they follow a certain pattern in covering their attacks, or their way of covering accidents or conflict, and they get into the same mold, so that the image of their countries do not get really hampered. But in India, what we did, we follow the US model. What we do is, in the first wave, many people died there, but there was no room for all of that here for our audience to see, so that we also feel that this is a phenomena. Suddenly, the Indian audiences started to feel that, as much as you consume news, you will die a deaths with heart attacks. And this has been proved in a lot of psychological studies and sociological studies of post COVID and COVID times, that many people not really died of how much their lungs were impacted of it, but really of not being able to take the fact that COVID has impacted them. It's like any other terrorist has just broken into your house, or somebody who's just come to kill you, that this terror of COVID was framed in the minds of the audiences. And why? Because when the whole country is shut, then COVID became a category in terms of conflict that could be sold to the Indian audiences. And when people are actually locked up in their houses, then even if when you're going to offices in ordinary times or in normal times, when it is not pandemic, non-pandemic times, then you maybe not consume so much television news. But when you are locked up in your houses, this is something, because the enemy was unknown, everybody was after COVID, finding out what is happening, what to consume, how to fight it. What the doctors, engineers, your administrators, your health workers, even WHO had a lot of conflicting viewpoints coming in on how to fight it, not to fight it. Data was all almost not very clear, as to more confusing data than clear data, because actually people were not able to locate the pandemic situations within their own cultural context. If we would have done so, many would have not died of panic and fear. And that is what actually happened as far as impacting from the pandemic coverage of the news is concerned. What it represents at the end of the day, it represents a lot of laxity, a lot of lazy journalism reflected at the same time, and also not thinking of how locating pandemic or infrastructure loss, or lack of infrastructure, in if you look at it within the country in a particular health infrastructure format, or reporting positive stories. They were all the time only looking at the count of the number of deaths. If you keep counting how many people die in warlike situations every day in your household, we know how conflict ridden situations, whether they are of war or terror or violence related to riot, they have created so much trauma in the minds of people of different ages. There are studies which have over the period. So here, when you see pandemic, it was also framed in the paradigm of conflict, and it was put in front of people and sold to people as a commodity. And this is where the people were impacted most, and here is where we were also at loss at the same time. Lot of negativity flowing in, around all these things. So you see, when you look at the theorization of such kind of mediatized conflict, then in the words of Simon Cottle, I would like to say that we live in times of mediatized conflict. As he mentioned, news is a cultural genre of media, as people who create news are located in different cultural localities and different cultural locations, where journalists perceptibly have acquired largely a conflict oriented approach to the world. Constructed by the news providers, are they mostly pay little or no attention to conflict resolution, not to resolve those conflicts, but to throw it upon the audiences as they come in a certain manner, with a lot of amplification of these emotions that can impact people's mind just for the sake of eyeballs. Yes, sometimes now, or maybe always, the question in the mind of people who are studying it may come. The question may be asked as to why is this happening? Why are they doing it? So, from the psychological point of view, many psychologists believe that conflict is one of the basic traits of human beings. And journalists exploit this basic trait as a means to increase audience reception. In a sense, when psychological studies say that when you open a newspaper in the morning, what attracts you more is the negative part of the news. The thing that attracts you most immediately or grabs your eyeballs is something which is negative. Somebody's won something, somebody's secured something, will not really attract you. But if there is an accident, there is a rape, there is a terror attack, that it immediately attract your attention. It is because of those emotions that are generated, and also the kind of stimulus that is generated from the media psychology point of view in your brains, that secretes such hormones that you want it more. So you want to consume more such news which is negative. And that is where the content providers are actually news content providers are actually exploiting it. And in the last 2 years, you have seen more of death, destruction, agony, pain on screen. These are not terror attacks from somewhere, though there might be theories of that. But this is a pandemic situation where the terrorist aspect of it can be and is being explored. But you see, these pandemic situations have brought in the real nature or character of the news content providers, who, if you see across platforms, whether they are traditional, whether they are new media platforms, all kinds of content created is creating a lot of conflict in your mind. And the idea behind that is only to hold the attention of the audience. American sociologists also, besides the psychologists, have, like for example, Herbert J. Burns, as I point out, that journalists value conflict because of its commercial value. So one is that because the audience reception is stimulated with something of the nature of conflict if you package and show. And the other is conflict generates, because you watch more of it, it will generate more commercial value, which means conflict becomes a commodity over here. Now, you see, there are several scholars who also scholars supporting the economic point of view, as I say, that conflict sells, and that if it bleeds, it leads. This idea is very similar to what we started with, that a man bites a dog becomes a news, a dog bites a man doesn't become a news. So you see, if it bleeds, this is the other way of saying it, it leads. So if you look at in the last decade of how you have been consuming news, since you have been part of this society, so September 11 may be way back, but there are many incidences that has happened which qualify, if we look at this statement, or the hypothesis that if it bleeds, it leads. You see, you have seen commodification of conflict and emotions in variety of ways. If you take the example of Jammu and Kashmir, of the Kathua rape case, a rape case of a small little girl that happened. How, if you look at it, just go back and think a little bit, how was it covered? The news was framed immediately across TV news channels in a manner where there was a commodification of not just conflict as a broad term, commodification of emotions. There were tears on screens which were highlighted in a sense, with interviews with the parents, with the emotion was commodified in the sense, if you look at the screenshot, is when the eyes of the girls should have been blackened, or maybe the face should have been covered, but neither the face is covered in this India Today graph, nor the name of the girl is hidden. Justice for Asifa, the name is also there, the face is also very clear, the picture of the girl, and also the logo, which seems to be saying that we show truth. It seems to be bereft of, what do you say, gender sensitivity. The media comes across as something which is totally gender insensitive, which exploits emotion as a genre, which constructs and packages emotion as a genre, and in a sense leads to what then later becomes media trials in a country which has a democratic system, where you have constitution in place, where you have your judiciary in place. Hence, because of all these insensitivities in news, and where news plays an important part in dissemination of what is happening all around you, this kind of commodification actually leads to what may be called media trials at the end of the day. There are rapists, they should be, if there were rapists and there are rapists, they should be going behind bars, but that is the job of the police. The job of the media is actually to report it objectively, present viewpoints, but not so show this kind of insensitivity as you can right now see on your screens, which really, substantiates the fact that if it bleeds, it really leads. And also it leads to a lot of money. And that's where there is commodification of news. Next, if you see, not just Kathua rape case, during this pandemic time, we have all been witness to this drama on screen. So what is drama actually? Drama is actually the fictional representation of a certain kind of story, and news is associated with not fiction, but with fact, with truth, with objectivity, with reality. But you see, where are those facts which are true? The what is constructed in front of you, as going back to the last slide, is conflict, emotion, and emotion as a genre, and again gender insensitivity. Sushant Singh died just just the day when he died, it created a lot of furor. Yes, he was young, he was a popular film star. But immediately what started to happen? There were conspiracy theories which started to float, and they can float, it is an age and time of democratization of media, where everybody has access to different kind of content through technology, different kind of technological platforms, on platforms which do not claim to show truth and objectivity and reality. There it is okay that if there are these theories which are being peddled, that because social media should not be taken seriously and should is not taken seriously, it could be termed as rumors, as far as all these theories were concerned. But if you look at newspapers and more of the television news channels which people were consuming more during the time of pandemic, then what high drama was created, the glimpses of some of which is in front of your eyes here. Also, you see, there is a girl who's framed. She might not be. The Bollywood, the news media gets into a suicide story of a film star, one of the rising film star, and where they focus on the drug mafia and all these things, which is okay to bring out, and these are important factors if they are percolating in the society. But then what happens is, at the end of the day, one girl is framed as somebody who has actually killed people. In normal and ordinary parlance, started to talk about Riya Chakravarti. Oh, usne to usse mara hai, usne to usse drugs diya hai, usne to usse. So you see, the media peddled stories mindlessly, with this protagonist like a drama or a fictional narrative, where क्या रिया के ओवरडोज में बेबस थे सुशांत, सुशांत के घर की एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें. And if you go back a few years in time, then you will also remember a very gruesome murder that happened in Noida, and that was really Arushi Talwar murder case, and which also this case similarly brings you back those memories of that Arushi Talwar murder case, where media actually violated all kinds of what would you call media ethics and also professionalism. Even the security system actually could not manage to stop them over in a very professional manner. That all kinds of evidences were tampered with, the kind of role that media played in covering Arushi Talwar, that there were delays in judgments, there were tampering of evidence on the crime scene, and what not, hampered in the investigations of how media really interfered, or you would say they were all over the place. Somebody was showing the gadda, somebody was really getting into the house all over the place, looking at where the servants came from, how many servants. Or good 1 week people did not know, and the security forces did not know there is one more dead body inside. But the journalists were all over or inside the house of Arushi Talwar murder case, which actually should have been the house which of investigation, which should have been really cordoned off the very first day. And any information that you had to creating visuals out of murder and violating all kinds of norms has become really the characteristic of how television news channels have been covering incident after incident. If you go back to 26/11 also, which was coined by the media in Mumbai attacks, you see outside Taj, there were all these people who were lined up for all kinds of coverage. But because of the scale of the attack, and also really people did not know what is actually the scale of the attack, media was really confined to wherever they were. But you see how did the perpetrators in Pakistan come to know, or the handlers in Pakistan come to know, is through the news channels, that how news channels were really focusing on how your security forces are, or they are unable to actually battle these terrorists which were coming from here, there, and everywhere, and something which looked like a gang war later transformed into, or really came out to be a terror attack on the city of Mumbai, on its own people. So you see, media has to think about what kind of conflict it is creating on screen, and what kind of conflict it is packaging, and how the news is being projected and disseminated, by crossing a lot of boundaries, which actually may hamper sometimes national security, sometimes investigations, and sometimes may flout all kinds of gender sensitive frameworks that have been created in the society. So news is not something which is coming from somewhere else. It is being constructed by people who are part of our journalists, are part of our society, and their mannerisms, their behavior are somewhere reflecting the society itself. So we need to really think about all these things that are there. Then another thing I would say, that if you look at, one would say, does the media always play a negative role? Sometimes, you see, media is mostly, I would not say is playing a negative role, because they have to show facts, but then how they frame it becomes really controversial, one after the other, because in their drive to look at giving news or constructing news for the audiences, they are actually commodifying it, and for that reason they go beyond. So today, some new reporter would want to create furor and would want to rise in his celebrity status by covering a story by flouting norms, and that is how it has become really a norm amongst young journalists to to take a camera and enter it anywhere. No, a good journalist, or a journalist who of some worth, is somebody who takes the facts objectively, puts it in a perspective, by keeping away his or her own biases as much as at bay as possible, and not letting it totally unbiased is really, really difficult, is not achievable. But little bit of bias or ethnocentrism, as you call it, will always be there in somebody who's constructing it. But you see, not always. Sometimes the role of media is appreciable. As far as the Nirbhaya attack was concerned, you could see conflict being, or emotions being commodified there also, but then you have to give it to them as the scenes of how the publics, as the terminology of publics is being used, came to the forefront as far as television news channels were concerned, and the publics played a very, very important role as far as projecting how people are reacting to such kind of, and are unable to take such kind of atrocity being done to this girl. And that is why you see, there was a movement which was generated, there was sensitivity, there was a lot of coming together of these publics that generated a lot of contest in the minds of people on how to have. So you, as a result, media along with the public, so you see, media along with the public came out as somebody who was aware, and when it wants, it can be very, very powerful, and not that just being fed by media. So you see, audiences also, if they are aware and want to be aware in the age of technological advancement, can help, in a sense, form the backdoor, the media platforms to play a very, very positive role, as it happened in the case of Nirbhaya. Nirbhaya was the term coined for that girl whose name was not taken, was because there was a lot of sensitivity as far as the identity of the rape victim was concerned. But later, slowly, as public, they say public memory is very short, when the later rape cases come in, then immediately people forget. And if there is no involvement of people in such kind of coverage of issues related to gender or development, then really media sidesteps and get into the same mold of the same frame of conflict and how they really construct it. So you see, it needs to be underlined here that with all these examples that I have given you, that news organizations recognize conflict quickly and easily than any other forms of social change or development. Journalists, it seems, believe that the audience enjoys watching out of curiosity and inquisitiveness stories of contest and conflict, which may or may not lead to violence in crude form, have become the norm and help, or rather guide media to set its agenda and frame the conflict at the center of news narratives. But stories of full-scale war, terror attacks, or insurgency in print or audiovisual are, you would, one has to understand, are a rarity for you say general people or an ordinary human being. So when you see them, you really are glued to it in a sense, and hence this kind of interest of something which is very rare to be seen creates a lot of inquisitiveness in the minds of people. And so what it really does is helps the audience and helps the content providers hold on to the attention of the audience or the viewer, and the interest is retained naturally in such media texts which you see package conflict in a variety of ways, as we have discussed. You would have seen in the last so many years, in decades or so, especially on electronic media, that stories of contestations of everyday life, like the family feuds, a sas fighting a bahu, or maybe a bride of the household, or daughter-in-law, and all these banal kinds of clashes on screen are put on live discussions where they are discussing on how they beat her up or somebody beat her up in the future. Really, family matters, and they should not be discussed on screen. Or how a priest, or how you see a banal I would not say stories of celebrity clashes. You see, Kangana Ranaut has somebody who's been part of banal celebrity clashes which have been there, and opinion on everything. But you see, she makes a headline, she would be seen on one channel after the other. And also there is a rat race where they follow the same kind of thing. So even if you switch channels, you will find Kangana on talking on one particular issue from one channel or the other. Then there are other kind of things like the big boss clashes make news, which could pertain to, everybody knows that reality shows also somewhere package conflict and emotions. But such kind of banal celebrity clashes also figure in news. Then politicians hurling abuses at each other, you see, and or hurling abuses at the others, somewhere it should be shown. But then over and over again, it can make one news story, two news story. But you see that the kind of packaging that is there on television, all day throughout, you will see if such kind of thing is being shown, where you're having discussions, debates on different kinds of abuses hurled at each other also at the same time, and in the process abusing each other also, they land up. Now next, you would also see how film stars, whether it was Sushant Singh Rajput, and then you had Sridevi, poor thing, she died wherever she died. But what focused in Indian media was the piece to cameras which were done when inside the bathtubs, because one argument came up that, you see, Indian audiences actually, it's a rarity of bathtub is a rarity for most of the household. So if Sridevi died in the bathtub makes the news actually, that she died in the bathtub. How and what happened to her comes in. But you see, Sridevi died in a bathtub makes headline. Then wardrobe malfunctions, it could be one. Where does it make news, of that kind? But all such things fulfill news organizations, you see, commercial interests. And such conflicts, therefore, are retained, to be repeatedly shown to the audiences, especially on television, to gain eyeballs. At the end of the day, making more profit in the competitive news market in the 21st century is a crucial factor, as I would want to say, and many would say, in deciding the newsworthiness of conflict as a cultural commodity. Whether it is the Riya Chakrabarti, who was, framed, and news channels after the news channels were, one was going against her, then the other took this form of, going with her. So you see, at the end of the day, you are creating scenarios and situations where media come across as somebody where you are holding kangaroo courts and you are doing these media trials every day. Then the conflict between Uddhav Thackeray and Kangana Ranaut in the past few days also somewhere, shows Kangana being featured. It can make news. Obviously, why is her building being pulled down? How is a politician behaving in a certain manner? But why are you giving, the more and more space you give to news, also somewhere qualifies and quantifies to what is the nature of news that you want to package and repackage and produce in front of your audience for their own consumption. Now, at the end of everything, I would want to say that, all these examples that I have given you over here, these pictures that I have shown you throughout, have, somewhere created a picture and also an argument that that the news is being news is characterizes and captures conflict, and also packages and presents conflict in a variety of ways in front of us. Like in 21st century, if you now look at it, the pandemic is also, if it has given us a lot of negativity, it has also given us, if one thinks about it, it has also given us a lot of time to self reflect on ourselves. So the result would be not just negativity. Somewhere, there are seeds of positivity also, which seem to come out, and there are voices coming out that media across its genres, whether it is news, it is OTT platforms, or it is internet based platforms, or the which is a whole the social media ecosystem or public sphere, which is a separate lecture altogether, that how they are actually creating an environment where people are forced to now think, actually, that is this negativity is something that we are going to live with, or we are also going to think positive. As far as Indians are concerned, I would say that we are now moving towards that, and there are some new steps which have been taken by some top media houses, which have been famous to frame conflict, are now also trying to look at how to frame and set the agenda as far as positivity is concerned, or happiness is concerned, or terms like good is concerned. Though there is a lot of debate also which might arise, and also a matter of different, what is good or bad, but the thinking makes it so. But you see, the kind of content, or India Today group that has come out with this Good News Today channel, how it figures out what kind of content in future it shows, needs to be seen. But somewhere these are baby steps that are being taken as far as the content providers are concerned, to disseminate it to the people, or the audiences at large. Also, the Sunset TV, or the channel that has just emerged out of the merging of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha TV, has come up with this a platform called Sunset TV, where you have two prominent opposition leaders that are being projected to be taking up a lot of shows on there. Where today we started off in a day or two back, we started off with opposition politician, Congress party politician from the opposition, Shashi Tharoor, taking an interview with this music maestro. So you see, the role of media, all these things show that there is a kind of consensus that we need to do something about this negativity. What, how, when, where? At least some movement has been there, that people of stature of such politicians have agreed to be part of this, I would say, movement, which somewhere takes you towards a lot of positivity, and shows that the media actually can play a role which is beyond conflict, beyond creating binaries and creating fissures in society, and play a very important role as far as positivity in content, creating cultural or bringing in cultural ethos in your content, and bringing in the culture of debate, the of the our society, which has been there, debate and dialogue, which in terms of our societal concepts have always been there in the form of vad vivad or samvad. So you see, I would like to end my lecture on this positive note, and looking at the future of media towards positivity. And I think if we try, we can somewhere create a positive environment in society where there is healthy dialogue, there is healthy debate, and there is a what do you say, a very positive kind of atmosphere that is created by news in the society. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
For
Thank
this.
you. Thank you. Some participant notes. It is valuable and useful session. Very informative session. कुछ क्वेश्चन है मैम, जैसे हर्ष पांडे ने क्वेश्चन किया है।
जी,
दो क्वेश्चन है उनके। कोविड के दौरान पश्चिमी मीडिया की भारत के प्रति भूमिका नकारात्मक रही है, इस पर आपका क्या कहना है? दूसरा क्वेश्चन है इनका,
हाँ।
कोरोना की पहली लहर ने जिस प्रामाणिकता से हमने दुनिया के सामने मिसाल पेश की, उसका कोई सकारात्मक उल्लेख किसी विदेशी मीडिया संस्थानों में नजर नहीं आया। आप कहाँ तक सहमत हैं? दो क्वेश्चन हैं इनके।
जी, दोनों क्वेश्चन, आई थिंक दोनों क्वेश्चन का आंसर मेरे पूरे इस लेक्चर में थ्रू आउट आपको दिखा होगा कि ये जो स्क्रीन, ये जो हमने डिस्कस किया कि किस तरीके की हम लोगों ने न्यूज कंज्यूम की और वेस्टर्न मीडिया ने एक नकारात्मक रोल प्ले किया, ये तो मैंने बहुत इलेबोरेट तरीके से इस पूरे लेक्चर के दौरान आपको बताया। बिकॉज क्योंकि यू सी देयर आर दीज, इस तरीके के एक डोमिनेंट डिस्कोर्स वेस्टर्न पर्सपेक्टिव से हमारे सब चीज में दिखाई देते हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे रिसर्च में भी दिखाई देते हैं, हमारे इकोसिस्टम में भी दिखाई देते हैं। तो जरूरत है हम लोगों को इससे बाहर निकलने की। एक कॉलोनियल हैंगओवर भी एक तरीके का ये है जो इसका पार्ट है, इस तरीके के डिस्कोर्स जो डोमिनेट करता है कि जिसपे के वेस्टर्न मॉडल्स के ऊपर हम लोग अपने आप को देखते हैं और वहीं से अपने ना यार्डस्टिक्स डिराइव करते हैं। तो इसलिए ये तो मैंने अपने पूरे इसमें डिस्कस किया किस तरह से पैंडेमिक में वेस्टर्न मीडिया ने एक नकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई। और क्यों लिखेंगे पॉजिटिव लेख हमारे बारे में, ये तो हमें समझना चाहिए कि अगर उन्हें कॉन्फ्लिक्ट का एक डोमिनेंट डिस्कोर्स पेडल करना है पूरी दुनिया में, तो फिर हमारे बारे में अच्छी चीजें कौन लिखता है? क्योंकि that frames us into a better position than all those people who are technologically supposedly more advanced. But you see, that doesn't stop us from doing what we are really doing, because India really has a very strong, हमारे पास इतना ताकतवर तरीके से हम लोगों ने हमेशा हर सिचुएशन का रेजिलिएंट तरीके से सामना किया है। और हमारा जो कल्चरल एथॉस है वो हमको जो कहते हैं ना रेजिलियंस और हमारी शक्ति को अपने अंदर ही एक्सप्लोर करने को आज नहीं कहता, वैदिक टाइम से कहता है कि योग की पद्धति, मेडिटेशन की पद्धति जो हमारे संस्कारों में है वो उनके पास नहीं है। तो वो देख ही नहीं सकते उसको जो नहीं है। जैसे उनके पास गरम मसाले नहीं थे और आके हमारे यहाँ से ले जाके खा तो सकते हैं, प्रोड्यूस तो कर नहीं सकते, तो लेकिन ऐसा वातावरण तो पैदा नहीं कर सकते इन सब चीज से। तो हमारे से लूट के ले जाना तो आसान है, लेकिन हम लोग जैसे सोचते हैं वैसा क्रिएट करना मुश्किल है। पर हाँ, मीडिया को, इसीलिए इंडियन मीडिया को एक ऐसा रोल प्ले करने की जरूरत है जहां पर हम अपना अपनी शक्ल दुनिया को अपने पर्सपेक्टिव से दिखा सके, ना कि अपनी शक्ल हम उनके आईने से हमेशा देखते रहें। इसकी बहुत जरूरत है।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू। आपने इतना समय निकाला, इतनी तमाम व्यवस्थाओं के बावजूद आपने न्यूज एंड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट के लिए इतना समय निकाला। और मेरा मानना है कि विदाउट कॉन्फ्लिक्ट नो न्यूज विदाउट कॉन्फ्लिक्ट। तो विदाउट कॉन्फ्लिक्ट खबरें बनती भी नहीं है, चाहे वो जेंडर की हो, जेंडर का कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो, या कास्ट का हो, या रिलीजन का हो, या अदर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो। इतना समय देने के लिए, और यूजफुल सेशन था, कमेंट्स भी हैं। मैं जल्दी ही आपको यूट्यूब का जो कमेंट्स है, यूट्यूब लाइव पर जो कमेंट्स हैं उसको आपको भेज दूंगा। धन्यवाद मैम, फिर
धन्यवाद,
कभी
बहुत
मौका।
बहुत धन्यवाद आपका।
जी, नमस्कार। नमस्कार।